Welcome, friends and family, to Costa Rica, where strength meets spirit and the youngest hearts rise against the heaviest steel. Today, the juniors and sub-juniors step forward. Not just to lift the bar, but to lift the limits of what the past dictated. Bar is loaded. Deep breath, a steady gaze, and with every attempt, a story is written. Cheer them on, for every lift is more than weight. It is courage in motion. Now, a chance at history for the next lifter. As they attempt to lift more than any junior has ever done, let's raise our voices, for this is power, this is passion, this is the future. As the final bar returns to the ground, we salute these young warriors of strength. Each lift, a promise, each effort, a victory. Thank you, Costa Rica, for the energy, the spirit, and the pura vida that makes these days unforgettable.
Hello and welcome to the 2025 IPF World Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships, the classic to begin on Thursday. We have a slightly delayed afternoon session for you, so thank you for your patience as we head now into the Sub-Junior 74 kilo and 83 kilo, as well as the Junior 74 kilo and 83 kilo classes. I am joined by Rajam Ivans now.
Hi Emilia. Yes, in the morning we had some fairly interesting fights between women. Now we're looking forward to the 74 and 83 kilo men. Both the juniors and the sub-juniors. We'll be starting with the sub-juniors. From the looks of it, there might be a bit of a scrap for the podium in the 83s. Maybe also in the 74s, but I think the real treats will come in the junior categories.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of good lifting to come, and we can also see a couple of new countries coming in here, Great Britain and Lithuania, with their first athletes of the championships. And the running order as it stands, with lifts all the way up until 282.5 for opening attempts. And the bar is loaded for Diego Dumani Zampati from Costa Rica. We just saw a Costa Rican win in the women and heard that national anthem, and they're looking to do just as well this afternoon. I'm sure a little harder here in the sub-juniors, but we'll see how they fare in the juniors afterwards, if they have any lifters. Opening above his best squat here with 172.5, a previous PB of 165. Three white lights, a good lift. We now have our first British athlete of the championships, Rex Thomas from Great Britain. 180 on the bar, just 2.5 kilos below his personal best.
A bit shaky on the walkout. The opener moves fairly decently. Let's wait for the lights. It's 3 white ones and he's on the board with 180.
From Colombia, 185, followed by Thomas Kilkivicius from Lithuania.
Thomas a little far away from the podium in the 83s, but plenty can change. We've seen some disqualifications so far, so really just most important to have the best day you can possible and see if you can capitalize on anybody else's mistakes. We have Marginino, Lamaku, Enrique now, 185 kilos.
And that is going to be a no lift. Unfortunately, you cannot change your foot positioning after getting the start command and before getting the re-rack command. That's a mistake, it can happen, the nerves of the first lift of the competition, but the strength was definitely there, so I think he should be able to recover.
Yeah, absolutely, and he knew exactly what went wrong, and hopefully something that he can amend moving forwards. So it may open the door up for the Costa Rican athlete. We now have Tomas Vukefikius from Lithuania, 230 kilos. He's been competing less than a year at only 17 years old. Already a podium threat. That is a good lift. It's a very high chest, neck up. Leading with his head.
Well, something needs to punch a hole through the air.
The bar is loaded for Juan Carlos, Philippines.
Juan Carlos Medina from Philippines. We have 230 kilos on the bar. It's a very clean looking opener there for Medina and a good lift.
260 twice now, the first one for Jackson Bice and Houston USA and Chinese Taipei. The bar is loaded for Jackson Bice, USA.
Jackson Bice from the United States, 260 kilos on the bar and the favorite to win in the 74 kilo class.
And the favorite to win and looking to break his total personal best by 12.5 kilos just with the opening attempts. Certainly made some progress.
Yes, it'll be very exciting to see where he ends up today if that is his opening attempts and they move like that. Let's wait for the lights now.
That is 3 white lights, a good lift, and as you said, super speedy.
Chinese Taipei. Next up will be Captain Lewis from the USA to close out the first round of squat.
We now have Hu Yusung from Chinese Taipei, our penultimate opening attempt. 260 kilos on the bar. And in a bit of an island of his own in between first and third. The fight really in the 74s will be for the bronze medal, it seems, unless there is a big slip up from Bice where Hu can slide in there and capitalize. Let's see how this opening attempt moves, just 7.5 kilos below his personal best.
Quite a bit of a bounce at the bottom. 3 white light. It is a good lift. We'll see that on the replay again. Quite fast in the downward portion of the lift and quite fast in the upward also.
Yeah, so it's similar to a lot of the Chinese Taipei squats that we've seen. He does seem to lose a little bit of tension in the hold, but they control it just above, until above. They dip in very quickly and then they dip out. We've seen it from a few different lifters from Chinese Taipei, these championships. So as long as it works for him.
As long as it works and as long as he can hit depth sufficiently so that the referees are convinced.
Carter Lewis from the United States now, 282.5 kilos, our heaviest opening attempt, and by far the favorite to win the 83s. Really, he only just needs his opening attempts in to win. It's a very sturdy opening attempt at that.
And there come the 3 white lights. As you said, if he gets his opening attempts in, there is pretty much no one who could reasonably catch him without some divine intervention here. But of course, this is equipped.
Yeah.
Mistakes are potentiated over and over.
Yeah, so it's important that he just is very sensible with his opening attempts, because with that, he's already about 150 kilos in the lead. And with that, every one bar, one lifter, Marque Nino from Colombia has an attempt in on the board. So he has another shot at that here in the second round of squats as we head into it. First up, Diego Dumani Zambati from Costa Rica, jumping 7.5 kilos, but not quite out yet. Whether it's mistimed his wraps, I think that might be the case. You can see him and his coach getting ready in the wings. But he's going to need to hurry up because the time is ticking down and he needs to get the squat command before the time runs out.
20 seconds is going to be close if he gets it.
And with 2 seconds to spare.
Oh, it's not as easy as you would want an opening attempt to move. It is 3 white lights.
Yeah, and it is a second attempt as well, so
it's a second attempt.
it's okay.
Pardon me.
But it did move a little harder, I think, because he tips forwards here, but he did really well to keep that position.
Surprisingly, it's not the first command at the 2-second mark we've seen today.
Yeah, hopefully maybe the last, but these equipped lifters really enjoying cutting it fine at this championships. Now, an important lift, chosen to go up 5 kilos anyway here. We have Tuamaku Enrique Marque Nino, 190 kilos, 5 kilos below his personal best. And he wants that podium position, so just bumped it up a bit. Strong enough, but just looks a little high to me. I hope I'm wrong.
And unfortunately, you are right. There is 3 red lights, which means there's no contesting that at the jury table.
Now, next up is from Great Britain, 192.5, 12.5 kilo jump. Next up is Thomas Vilkevicius.
Coming out now, we have Rex Thomas from Great Britain, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. This will be a 10 kilo personal best for Rex. Should he make this?
Second attempt still looking strong. 3 white lights and a good lift for Thomas.
242.5 twice. First one for Thomas. This is from Lithuania. Next out, Janka was Medina from the Philippines.
We now have Domas Vukefikius from Lithuania. 12.5 kilo jump to 242.5. Moves him into squat silver for the time being. Still with Medina and Lewis to follow. Very, very similar looking to his opener. Didn't slow down much either.
Yeah, no slowing down. He seemed to be under a lot of pressure, which of course you will be crammed into a very tight squat suit. The bar did shift slightly towards the left, so let's hope on his third, when the effort is at the absolute limit, he can keep control of it.
Juan Carlos Medina from the Philippines also opting for a 12.5 kilo jump here to 242.5 kilos to move himself back into the silver position on squat heading into the third round. Gold assured to Lewis.
And that is a great looking second attempt there. And Medina and Vilkevicius are neck and neck in the squats, fairly close in the bench press. The deadlift will make the difference at this point.
Yeah, a long way to go, and that's obviously assuming they both have successful days, is what we hope to see as well. That's the real kind of battle we want. But that isn't always assured. Hu Yusung now for Chinese Taipei, 270 kilos, 10 kilo jump for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Moves in for the time being into squat gold ahead of Bice, who is to follow. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights, and provisionally moves into the gold position on squat before Bice is to take his second attempt.
Lewis will close out the second round of squash competition juniors.
Jackson Bice from the United States now jumping 15 kilos to 275. This will be a 12.5 kilo personal best for Bice, and moves him back into squat gold heading into the third round. It's a very tidy looking second attempt, plenty left in the tank.
Absolutely 3 white lights, and he's moving like a machine there. No form breakdown whatsoever, which is absolutely what you want to see on your second attempt, so you are confident of pushing into third.
Our final second attempt belongs to Carter Lewis from the United States, a 17.5 kilo jump to 300. It will be Carter's first time hitting this officially, at least. It's a 7.5 kilo comp PB on his second attempt. Huge effort. Looks really, really good.
Not bad for a competition personal best, and there is still room left in there. So we'll see how high up in the overall GL points rankings he can climb.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a great position. He's about, like I said, 150 kilos and more now ahead than the competitors. So he can really, as long as he's sensible with those openers, have a fun day, you know, do what he feels is best for him. Heading into the third round, Marque Nino still without a squat on the board, and one more opportunity to fix that and squat a little bit deeper. We head into the third round, kicking us off. Homegrown Costa Rican Diego Dumani Zambati, 187.5 kilos. And even if Marque Nino is able to get a squat on the board, now if Dumani Zampati gets this, he is much closer to push for that podium position. Manages to fight through it. Let's wait for the lights. I'm unsure about the depth.
Unfortunately, there are 2 depth calls from both side referees, which would usually indicate that the depth really was not there. We can see again on the replay, I think he just cut a bit too much. As it happens on your third attempt, it's near your maximal effort. But now for the man in trouble, trying to get himself out of it.
So, like you said, a crucial one here. Needs to squat it a little bit deeper. We have Marco Enrique Marque Nino from Colombia, 190 kilos. The weight isn't really the issue here. He's just squatting too high. And if he doesn't get this, he's disqualified from the competition. And that looks so, so much better.
Absolutely. A 2-to-1, good lift, still a depth call from the right-hand side referee. The jury will have a look at that.
Yeah, let's look at that with them. This is the side he gets the white from, but I've got to say, I saw it from the side he didn't get the white from, and I still thought it was okay from here.
I would agree. I think that will stand, and I think the jury agrees with us.
The bar is loaded for Rex Thomas, Great Britain.
Rex Thomas now jumping 7.5 kilos to 200 to hit a big milestone lift on the biggest stage that he possibly could. Big personal best for the 18-year-old. Last year as a sub-junior. Another lifter with just a few seconds left, getting that command. And that's a great looking third from Rex Thomas.
It's a 2-1 with a depth call from the right side referee. We are looking from their perspective approximately, and I did think it was slightly higher than the previous ones, although I think it was just inside.
Yeah, and the jury give a thumbs up. It definitely looks good in that replay. Tomas Vilkavičius from Lithuania looking to move from squat bronze into squat silver this final attempt. Now he's already got the bronze secured with the 242.5. This won't assure the silver as Medina take the same weight at a lighter body weight, but it puts him in a good place in terms of total and in terms of giving himself the opportunity for that medal.
And that looks like a great third attempt selection. It did not slow down much, but the shift that I mentioned on the previous attempt was more pronounced here, and I think a couple kilos more he could have lost control of the bar. So a great call here, and he's keeping it close with the Filipino. So
Next up will be Yu Sung Woo, Chinese Taipei.
Juan Carlos Medina from the Philippines out now, looking to take back that squat silver. Same weight on the bar, but as I mentioned before, at a lighter body weight. When two lifters take the same weight, the lifter that is lighter will take the medal. 255 kilos in the bar for a new personal best and that silver medal. Strong looking third attempt.
it's a 2-1 good lift with a depth call from the right side referee.
It seems pretty consistent, that red from the right hand side, so he should be okay with that, and it looks good on that replay.
The bar is loaded for Yu Sung Woo, 280. No more changes of overviews for the juniors.
Yu Sung-hoo from Chinese Taipei, taking a 10 kilo jump to 280, which moves him into squat gold for the time being, with just Bice, the United States, to follow.
Provisional squat gold over Jackson Bice, who's yet to squat his third attempt.
Some gold squat shoes there, looking for the gold medal. Strength is certainly there, but that was what I was worried about.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was visible that he just cut some depth, and the squat gold medal will elude him this time.
Yeah, but you can tell there's so much more in the tank, maybe just a little bit of nerves there kicking in, cutting it ever so slightly, but squat gold medalist already and favourite to win. He wants to add another accolade to his name with his final attempt, and it snuck up on me, but he is well within reach, and now he is there at the World Subjunior squat record, currently standing at 287.5 in the 74s. Team USA have loaded up 288 for him. So the bar is loaded for Jackson Bice. A world sub-junior record, 288 kilos, 13 kilos more than that second attempt, which seems more than reasonable based on how it moved, but let's see how this goes for him. With a considerable lead, I can see why they're shooting for it. That is a great effort from Jackson.
It
2 to 1, a good lift and a new world sub-junior record. The American lifter, and what a way to end the squat session for him.
It was quite a fight. He got it, and it was absolutely the right call. He's so far ahead, and if he didn't go for it, he would be kicking himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And he didn't do any more than he needed to do. He just chipped it. He just got it deep enough, and it was a perfect execution. And now our final squat from the sub-junior session before we head straight through to the juniors. Carter Lewis from the United States taking a 5 kilo jump to 305 for a new personal best. Like I said, his openers more or less win him the title, so just going for PBs and a good day by the time he gets to second and thirds. Perhaps chasing a total record, we'll see when we get there. No, and it seems like the right call, that 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, it was just slightly too much today, but he is building very close up to an 800 kilo total, which would be a personal best for him, and certainly a milestone to be very proud of.
Absolutely, and a great end to the session nonetheless with that sub-junior world record. As you can see here, the results as they stand. Bice walking away with the squat gold in the 74s and a new world record, and his teammate Carter Lewis in the 83s walking away with squat gold with 300 kilos. What a phenomenal start to the squat session, and they have set the bar high for the juniors who are now to follow.
And there we have them, 12 junior athletes here, openers ranging from 200 all the way to 310 kilos, which with some larger jumps might well be in reach of the world junior record. We'll be starting off with Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez of Costa Rica, opening at 200 kilos. And that is a fine looking first attempt, 3 white lights for Jimenez. And we'll be taking quite a considerable increase in weight here to 250 kilos for our next few competitors. First of which will be Jan Belohubek of Czech Republic.
The bar is really done.
Getting to the weight class now, and we're expecting to see some slightly larger jumps from attempt to attempt, which also means any misses for these athletes means way more.
It's 230 on the bar. We need 250. Yellows, yellows. Amarillo. Oh, no, verde, verde. Verde, negra.
Some troubles with the loading, but now the right weight is going onto the bar, 250 kilos for Jan Belohubek of Czechia.
A similar sort of story with the juniors as the sub-juniors, in that the first in both classes seem pretty set as long as they have a good day, and then the fight for silver, bronze, or maybe the podium positions is a little more in question. Nonetheless, I think it'll be a fantastic session. Just a little bit of a hold up here.
On to the next, so it's same weights.
I think just a mix up with the numbers. We're putting the same weight, but a different rack height for a different lifter.
I believe Jan will get to reattempt the weight at the end of the round. But we have Pedro Oliveira of Iceland, opening at 250 kilos, just 5 kilos below his personal best.
And like I said, with the bigger jumps we see here in the 83s now, you know, he's not a million miles off of a podium spot. That if he can capitalize on some good jumps, a good day, and maybe some other people's misses.
And that is a 2-to-1 good lift. I was slightly worried about depth.
Yeah, let's have a look again in the replay, bearing in mind this is the side he gets that wipe from. We're looking for that hip crease to go below the top of the knee joint, and I think it just did, at least from that angle. It's not completely unusual for lifters to be uneven in which hip can get down further as well.
Absolutely, he dipped just low enough, so he should be okay. And we already have our next competitor, Kas Batbayar of Mongolia, opening at 252.5.
Our first Mongolian lifter of the championships. Long way to travel here from Mongolia.
Pretty much half the world.
Let's see how that affects him. Opening 7.5 kilos below his personal best.
And some trouble with the walkout. He still has 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you can see the clock come down here, but as it hits 10, you'll hear a beep per second. Gets the command.
And that is a solid looking opener, all considering it's 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that to happen on your second and third as it gets heavier. Get it out the way.
Absolutely. Moving just slightly further up in weight, we have Yusei Goto of Japan going for 255.
Some words of encouragement there from his coach. Often you'll hear these equipped coaches shout to the athletes once they've reached depth. Very, very strong Scott.
3 white lights, absolutely no questions there. And he's definitely one of the contenders for the podium from the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well-rounded athlete.
Following him will be an athlete who, looking at the nominations, might not have had much of a chance at the podium, but looking at the openers, he definitely has. Alonso Gutierrez of Mexico.
At this age, it's not so uncommon for lifters to make quite a lot of progress in a short amount of time. The rate of progression is very high. And that is very worrying for an opener, Razi.
That is very worrying. We'll see on the replay what happened there. I'm really hoping it was not just a lack of strength and opening too heavy. Perhaps some loss of tension maybe at the bottom, but...
And it does beg the question, you know, what did those warm-ups look like?
Let's hope the opener was not too ambitious for Alonso. As we move on back into the 74s, we have Eric Arbor of the United States of America, 257.5.
Listens to his coach very well there and goes exactly when he shouts up.
Absolutely gets the 3 white lights, and he is one of the competitors with somewhat of an outside shot at the podium if something goes just slightly wrong for one of the favorites.
Moving 270 twice. Bar loaded.
Stalin Coelho next, opening at 270 kilos, just 5 below his personal best. Definitely one of the podium favorites here.
Yeah, like we said, the first overalls look pretty much set, but the podium, you know, it could be any of a few lifters in both weight classes. It's very smooth.
That is very nicely controlled for an opening attempt. 3 white lights.
Coelho, of course, weighed in at 74 kilos on the dot, so he is at a disadvantage there as he's the heaviest in the entire flight. Meaning if it comes down to body weight, he will get pipped to the post by a lighter lifter.
Diego Obando will be up next at 270 kilos. Another Ecuadorian opening at 270. That looks like a very solid opening attempt. 3 white lights. Usually you don't want to have a lot to say with the opening attempt, so far we're pretty satisfied with how things are going, and we hope it goes on this way. 275 on the bar for Lilo Lawson.
Seems to be a theme here with the hairstyle of the Americans in this flight. Six years of competitive experience already for Lawson. That's a very good-looking first attempt.
Very fast. With such a wide stance, sometimes you get red lights for depth, even if you go deep enough because of the optical illusion, but he really does seem to go low enough to convince all 3 of the referees, which of course is the safest thing you want to do.
Yeah, very, very well executed.
Up next we have Yevgeny Matieshin of Ukraine, opening at 280 kilos. Another one of the serious podium contenders in the 74s.
10 kilos below his best, and really one of the only couple of athletes that has a shot of catching Lilo if he makes any mistakes. It's a very interesting technique there. He had me a little bit worried that he lost tension, but stood it up really quickly.
He's running over the platform, seems to have a lot of energy.
Almost pauses it at the bottom there as well.
That's a style I sometimes see in the super heavyweight raw squats. He's doing it equipped at 73 kilos, 74 kilos. Interesting choice, but if it works for him, why not? 310 kilos on the bar for Lars Ingo Monsen of Norway, our heaviest opener of the day.
Yeah, and by far the favourite to win. You know, it's going to be pretty impossible to catch him. He's well over 120 kilos in the lead, and it seems he has been around forever. It's finally his last year as a junior. Wow, and you can see why he's so far in the lead with the squats like that.
That is a 2-to-1 good lift, and with that speed, I would not be sure we're not going to see an attempt at the World Juniors records. Currently standing at 355.5. It would take some fairly large jumps, but with the speed of that opening attempt, I think it might be in reach. He is far enough ahead to go for it if he wants to. And now for the final lift of the opening round, we have 250 kilos for Jan Bilohubek. Granted a reattempt because of the loading error.
Does mean, however, the turnover between his opener and his second will be quite close together. He might get an extra minute for that. But let's get one on the board to begin with.
It very much depends how far up he jumps. And that's not the easiest opening attempt. It's a 2-to-1 good lift, a blue light from the right side referee. See on the replay.
Yeah, it seemed to wobble a little bit, but I didn't see the bar go down. I'm wondering if it was for any sort of finishing position.
It was probably the knees in the final position.
The jury seem happy with it as we conclude the opening attempts.
Oh, it stands so far, and we are going into round 2 with everyone on the board but Gutierrez. The starting off round 2 with 212.5 kilos on the bar for Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez.
This already would be a personal best for Andres Ricardo. Very tidy looking lift, and I've just noticed as well he's squatting completely raw.
Yeah, we'll see if he puts on a shirt or a deadlift suit later on, but yeah, he's doing it raw.
And sometimes you do see lifters compete in the equipped completely raw, and I saw last year somebody do so and win.
Well, if they are strong enough, they are completely entitled to. Of course, it is within the rules that you are allowed to use the equipment. You are not obliged to use it. And we have Khas Batbayar of Mongolia jumping 2.5 kilos to 255.
Yeah, his opener was a little bit rushed and maybe felt heavier than he anticipated, but this is a very small jump and maybe the right decision. Maybe they ran out of time to put an attempt in, which if you have a successful lift and that happens, it'll go up by 2.5. But it seems purposeful to me.
Yeah, I really can't tell if it's purposeful or not, because a 2.5 kilo jump is not something you usually see from first to second, but it was heavier than the first.
And I think we'll be able to find out very soon based on the jump they take to the third. If it is significantly larger, it will be apparent they timed out. and yeah, it was much larger. So I think that was a case of perhaps them not getting their attempt in time.
Now for the only competitor without a squat on the board, Alonso Gutierrez, reattempting 255. Missed the first one completely. Let's hope the technique clears up this time. Maybe his reps are on tighter. Maybe his suit is on better.
Now again, it just seems like a fail on strength, and again, I'm certainly hoping it isn't, but when it happens once, you know, you can hope. When it happens twice, you can worry.
Yeah, at this point I am severely worried. He was looking to be a contender, a possible outside contender for the podium, but with this, his chances are ever slimmer.
No extra time is needed. He had enough other contenders before him.
Next up will be Jan Bilohubek of Czechia, 257.5.
4 minutes in total. It's fine.
So there's just a discussion now between whether Jan gets an extra minute or not, and according to the rules, he doesn't need an extra minute because there's already been 4 people in between himself and his last attempt, so...
Well, luckily for him, the discussion lasted long enough that he basically got an extra minute or 2 out of that. Now he's well rested and attacking 257.5. First attempt was not the easiest. Let's hope he can clean it up this time, do it better.
Next up is Eric Arbor from the USA.
It looked about the same as his first attempt, but he was very shaky at the top. It's a 2-to-1 good lift. I don't know how much further he can go, just because of that top position and the walkout.
Yeah, his knees push out quite early. It'll be interesting to see where they go from there.
270 kilos on the bar for Eric Arbor. Three white lights, a good lift for Eric.
Next up will be Iceland. Bar is loaded for Japan.
Yusei Goto of Japan taking a 15-kilo jump to 270. Looking at his first attempt, it seems completely reasonable, well within his reach. We'll see how this moves, so we can judge how much further he can push it on the third.
Still moving at a reasonable speed, but I was a little worried about the depth. He's got some quite big quads on him as well, so it can make it harder.
From the front or from our perspective, I really could not see the hip crease at all.
Bar is loaded.
270 kilos stays on the bar for Pedro Oliveira.
Big 20 kilo jump here. It'll be 15 kilo personal best for Pedro.
If this moves really well, we were talking about him mounting a sneak attack onto the podium, and with Goto missing his second, he might be vulnerable. Well, he stands up, but we'll wait for the lights. Oh, it's 3 white lights. I was a bit afraid of depth calls, but maybe it was just my perspective there. I think he seems to go just deep enough. Well on his way to a big personal best. And in the podium fight in the 74s, we have Stalin Coelho, 277.5.
7.5 kilo jump. It'll be 2.5 kilo personal best. It's again slightly smaller of a jump than some of his competitors, but if this is what he's used to, it's still personal best, and it'll still put him onto the squat podium heading into the 3rd round.
It is heavier than the second. 3 white lights, a good lift, and there is certainly some room for progress there. We'll see how much. $280 kilos on the bar for Diego Obando.
To match his personal best currently. Puts him in a really strong position moving forward for that podium spot. And even potentially to fight for that silver if Goto is to continue making mistakes and Obando keeps having a good day.
And that is a great second attempt there. A 2-to-1 good lift. Depth call from the right side referee. We're going to see from the left side perspective on the replay how close it was perhaps. Next lifter will be Lilo Lawson, 290 kilos on the bar, trying to build as much of a gap as he can. He's the clear favorite, but it would mean that he's that much comfortable with every kilo he can get in advantage. And that is a mistake.
Yeah, and I heard the coach shout a cue, which was push something back, and I think perhaps it threw him off a little bit here. You can see he gets down into the hole, doesn't hit depth, and then pushes backwards and just throws him off balance. But a great catch from the spotters and loaders.
Absolutely, that was definitely a technical mistake, so we can hope he fixes it up on his 3rd attempt. And we have 2 attempts remaining in round 2. Yevgeny Matieshin, 292.5. In a fairly tight battle from the looks of it with Coelho. for the silver and bronze medals. 292.5 would go a long way in helping them in helping him win that fight.
Yeah, just lost tension in the holder. I think sunk it a little bit deeper than that opener.
You basically get the two ways people react when the weight gets heavier. Some people go deeper, lose tension, and that's the reason for failure. The other group cuts depth, gets the red lights, and that's the reason for failure. Of course, the group you want to be in, you do it exactly the same and get the white lights and the bigger weight. Our final second attempt, 330 kilos for Lars Ingo Monsen.
I mean, he's in a clear lead. Like we said, as long as he gets his openers in, he has secured the win. It would be a further 26 kilos to jump up on top of this if he wants that record. I suppose based off the risk he wants to take, if he thinks it's worth it and if he thinks it's there, a lot will be able to be told based on this 330. Saying that his personal best is written as 335 here, so maybe that's a little over ambitious. Wow, or maybe not.
Well, 330 seemed to move very well indeed for Lars. A 26 kilo jump at this point, the only risk he's taking is the risk of injury.
Yeah, it's his last year as a junior, so maybe he wants to go out with a bang, you know, knowing that he's got the world title if all goes well, and maybe take a stab at the world record as well. The worst that can happen at this point is a slightly lower total and that he won't get it. It's not a, you know, do or die for that squat. But he's not gone for it in any case.
Well,
it would have been pretty ambitious to do so.
It would definitely have been very much ambitious. He knows himself best, so...
And personal best is still something to be proud of.
Absolutely. 220 kilos now on the bar for Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez. And that is 3 white lights. He goes 3 for 3, the first of the competitors to do so. And next up, a competitor who is at risk of elimination if he does not get this 255 on his third try, Alonso Gutierrez of Mexico.
An important lift, a very, very important lift here.
It was an ambitious opening attempt.
Yeah.
Let's hope he can get it on his third try.
You even said as he opened, this is significantly above his nominated squat. Let's hope that doesn't come back to bite him. And that is heartbreaking.
That seems just too heavy for him.
And like I said before, you've got to ask the question, you know, were the coaches watching the warm-ups? You have to take what you have on the day. Even if that's something you've done in training, there are so many variables that come into it. If you need to drop the opener, even to end up where you're going to open, do that. Get on the board.
Absolutely. It's an opener. This is what we keep repeating all the time. An opener should be a weight you are capable of doing 3 times over with no issues. And it's in his case, unfortunately, it was just too much. 265 kilos for Jan Belohubek of Czechia. After a rocky start, the second one moved reasonably Another 7.5 kilo jump. This is way off his personal best, but he would definitely like to go 3 for 3.
Strength was there. I'm a little bit worried about the depth.
Unfortunately, that is 3 red lights. Just got a bit too much, and there you have it. 270 kilos now for Kaz Badbayar of Mongolia. 2.5 kilo jump to his second. That would probably indicate that they missed the time window for the ticket. A 15 kilo jump now.
I gotta say the 255 wasn't the hardest in the world, but it certainly didn't fill me with confidence with 15 kilos on top of it. But I'm certainly not saying that it isn't there. The clock is counting down, and I know the lifters, although I can see him talking to the scoreboard there. Oh, he's not coming out for it, he's just said. So the clock counts down for 26 seconds, and just take this moment to thank our sponsors, Eleiko and SBD. Without them, none of this would be possible. We can see the many Eleiko plates on the platform for these heavy lifts, as well as SBD kit all throughout the 2 weeks that we're here, as well as Visit Malta. We've had World Championships there, Open, Junior, we'll have Euros next year. It really is a great destination for holiday and competition. So thank you to all of our sponsors as we move on to our next lifter.
Yusei Goto of Japan, jumping 2.5 kilos to 272.5. This will be just enough to put him into squat bronze medal position provisionally, if he can get this. And if he can, he's in a solid position to fight for the silver medal, going into bench press and the deadlift. If he does not, he very much might be vulnerable from behind. He squats the weight up, but let's wait for the lights here. It's a 2-1 this time, a blue light from the right side referee. I can't imagine what the blue light would be for in this case, but it's a good lift nonetheless. He is in a great position to fight it out for the top 2 places. Now for Pedro Oliveira of Iceland, trying to take the squat bronze medal with 275 kilos.
Plenty of time left on the clock to get that start command. Just needs it before the clock runs out to get that squat command from the center referee. Strength certainly there. Hard to tell his hip crease from the way he squats.
It's a 2-1 good lift, a great third squat, and the red light is from the center referee. Usually, when the side referees agree that the depth was there, the lift stands. I've seen very rare cases where he didn't, but I think this time he should be okay, which means he squats himself to a bronze medal. 277.5 kilos waiting on the bar for Eric Arbor. Somewhat of an outside shot at the podium in the 74s. Should anything go wrong for Coelho or Matiashin. Of course, if he gets this, he tries really hard, but it's not there today for Arbor. Stalin Coelho next, 285 kilos on the bar for a provisional squat gold in the 74s. With two lifters following who will try and take it away from him, but were both unsuccessful at the weight they are attempting in their second attempts. And that is 3 white lights.
Yeah, very, very good third attempt there from Stalin.
Coelho goes 3 for 3, and he's definitely a danger to Matiashin at this point. If Matiashin does not get the 292.5, he will be behind going into bench press and deadlifts, which will certainly make things interesting. But first, 290 kilos for the favorite in the 74s, Lilo Lawson. Reattempting 290. The previous time it was an obvious technical error. Let's hope he can do it better this time. And it's a lot better this time. 3 white lights.
So he's back in gold medal position in the 74 kilo class. Now Diego Obando, 290. Bar is loaded. Next out is Yevgeny Matiashin.
290 kilos for Diego Obando. Does not change his squat ranking, but will put him ahead of Goto in the prognosis for the overall. So quite an important 10 kilos. Could be the make or break for the silverware. And an excellent third attempt. 3 white lights. And he's ahead of the Japanese Goto. 2 attempts remaining in this squat session. 292.5 for Yevgeny Matiashin. Reattempting 292.5 to jump from bronze to gold in the squat rankings, and to jump ahead of Coelho in the overall prognosis.
Yeah, he's really gonna need this squat if he wants to fight for that silver heading forward. Coelho has the bigger bench of the two.
And that was done with power and intensity, and it worked. 3 white lights, and he's right back in the fight, ahead of Coelho on prognosis, takes the squat gold. And we have 1 lift remaining in this session, 340 kilos for Lars Ingo Monsen. He's in a league of his own in the 83s at this point, just breaking personal bests. Maybe aiming for a 900 kilo total would be doable.
Really careful to find that depth and finishes that off tremendously well.
That seemed to be right on point. 340 kilos, 3 white lights for Lars Ingo Monsen. And we wrap up the 74 and 83 kilo junior squats with Matiesin taking gold in the 74s, Lilo in silver, and Coelho in bronze. In the 83s in a dominant fashion, Ingo Monsen taking the gold. We'll see you back in about 9 minutes time.
And welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Classic and Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. We head into the bench press for the 74 and 83 kilo sub-juniors and juniors. As before, the first flight will consist of 8 sub-juniors, followed by a flight of 13 juniors. We head into the bench press now after an eventful squat session in both sub-juniors and juniors, where we saw a new squat world record in the sub-juniors with Bice from the United States in the 74s. Kicking us off on bench, we have Tuamaku Enrique Marque Nino with 100 kilos. A little late out to the platform here.
Quite a spread of openers here. We have kind of gotten used to that, especially in the bench press. There's always seem to be outliers. Openers ranging here from 100 all the way to 187.5 kilos for Carter, who of course is well in the lead in the 83s if he gets his opening attempts in. That is a 2-to-1 good lift with a yellow from the left side referee.
Yeah, if we just have a look from that side angle in the replay, it'll be for the glutes. Yeah, they were clear off. I'm not sure how he got a white on the other side.
That is...
Yeah, and the jury's overruled that. Just going to have to keep his glutes down on his next attempt. If that's how he always benches, though, it's a hard change to make. Diego Dumani Zambati from Costa Rica, also opening on 100 kilos.
And that is 3 white lights, a good lift.
Rex Thomas from Great Britain out next, 115 kilos for his opening attempt. Personal best of 125. Struggling to get to the chest point, but managed to in the end. A little bit of a scrap up for Rex.
Yeah, he had to battle the bar on the way up there quite a bit.
Yu Sung Hu from Chinese Taipei, now out for his opening attempt. Personal best of 140 kilos, now opening with 130 kilos.
That is a very smooth looking opening attempt there. Definitely plenty of room to grow.
Tomas Vukovikas from Lithuania. Personal best of 147.5 kilos. Competing less than 1 year. Opening now on 140 kilos.
Highlights, a deadlift. Same thing for Carlos Medina, Philippines, 140.
We now have Juan Carlos Medina, 140 kilos from the Philippines, opening on his personal best. And it's a little tough for an opener, but didn't look like he had any infractions. 3 white lights.
It was a bit hard for an opening attempt, but it was hard throughout the entire way. It's not as if just the lockout was hard, which usually is the limiting point with a bench press shirt. We'll see how much further he can go.
Jackson Bice from the United States, a clear front runner in the 74 kilo class, walked away with a sub-junior squat record, 165, opening on his current personal best.
And that is a very fast opening attempt. Unfortunately, 2 yellows. I believe that would indicate lifting of the glutes usually.
Yeah, if we had an angle of the side here, yeah, we can see that for a good portion of the bench there's no connection between the glute and bench, and so remain in no lift. And our heaviest opener of the flight, he had the heaviest squat opener as well, Carter Lewis from the United States, opening 2.5 kilos below his best, 187.5 on the bar. That is a good lift, 3 white lights, and closes out the opening attempts. Let's have a look at that one more time.
Fairly comfortable looking first attempt. And that rounds up our round of openers with 6 lifters on the board, 2 without a bench press yet.
Bars loaded. Welcome, Queen. Ricky, get ready.
Diego Dumani Zampati from Costa Rica, jumping 5 kilos to 105 for his second attempt. A little tough towards lockout there, but manages to keep pushing through. Definitely getting towards top end, but it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. And you can definitely see the limiting factor in a bench press shirt. If you get everything you can out of the shirt, the limiting factor will be the lockout strength, as it shows here.
And now, after missing his opener to Marco Enrique, Marque Nino looking to jump 10 kilos. A risky move. What do you make of this?
Well, the first one was easy. If he knows he can keep the glutes down, it would make sense. It's still 5 kilos off his personal best, but there is definitely a certain degree of risk here. And it turns out it was the right choice. It was a very easy second attempt there. 3 white lights and no issues here.
Rex Thomas from Great Britain now, jumping 7.5 kilos to 122.5 for his second attempt. 2.5 kilos shy of his personal best.
Seconds.
It's quite a fight. He gets it up. It's 3 white lights, but I don't know how much more there is there.
Yeah, it's already very close to his max and a heavy looking second attempt, but gets it in on the board. And that might be it for him. He probably attempt to match his personal best. Seems like the smart jump, but we'll see what they put in. Yu Sung Hu from Chinese Taipei, jumping 10 kilos to 140 for his second attempt, matching his personal best. And the 3 white lights, that is a good lift. A comfortable looking second attempt for Hu. Tomas Vukovkis from Lithuania, 150 kilos, a 10 kilo jump, and moves him into bench press silver for the time being. He's heavier than Medina, who is to follow.
That is a solid second attempt there, definitely harder than the first. but plenty of room to improve.
Slider of weight than 50 vicious. Bar is loaded. Next out,
I think he's going to want to be mindful of his head though, as I've seen it was trying to come off the bench. Fortunately it did not lose contact, but he has to be mindful of that.
Yeah, the position they're in the shirt, you see a lot of the grip lifters that their head looks like it's wanting to tip upwards a little bit and lift off the bench, but as long as they keep contact, they should be okay. Juan Carlos Medina, 150, looking to regain bench press silver, heading into thirds. He locks it out, but it is tough.
It's 3 white lights, but it is very tough, and this might be the moment to see Vilkevicius pull just slightly ahead going into the deadlift. Of course, Medina, the stronger deadlifter, judging from the openers.
Next out, Carter Lewis, USA.
Jackson Bryce from the United States missed his opening attempt. He just had his glutes well off the bench. He needs to keep them down here in order to get on the board and secure not just a total, but that sub-junior squat record.
And this time it looks a lot cleaner. It's 3 white lights, and he's on the board with a bench press.
Which means both Bryce and Marquinhos are, and everybody moves forward into the third round with a successful bench on the board. But before we do so, one more second attempt. We have Carter Lewis from the United States, personal best of 190, looking for a 195 on his second attempt. Three white lights, a good lift.
A whole row of green in the second attempt, moving into third ones, but judging from some of those second attempts, third ones are going to be very heavy.
Yeah, they will be really pushing themselves, and it's their last chance to build that subtotal before they head into deadlifts and battle it out for those positions. So this is where they're going to be pushing it right until the edge. We head into third attempts now. Diego Dumani Zampati, 112.5 kilos for a new personal best, and to move into bench press bronze for the time being, with Marco Nino to follow.
You're talking about how you weren't sure how much he has left after the 105. They seem to be taking a bigger jump. We'll see how it goes. It definitely did look pretty hard, his second attempt, but maybe he just finds something to push through. And seemingly he does.
Yeah, it seems like a completely different lift, perhaps just a technical element that he knew. And he comes off going, yeah, I knew I had that, I knew what was wrong. Moves him into bench press bronze for the time being. And looking to take that back, we have Marco Enrique Marque. 125 kilos. This will take back the bench press bronze. Be a 10 kilo personal best for him as well.
He battles it up, but I believe there was clear downward motion there, and it's 3 red lights, unfortunately, which means Domani will be taking a surprise bench press medal. The 125 kilos were just too much, too ambitious of a jump.
Rex Thomas from Great Britain, 127.5 kilos. $5 jump. We said Rex also was quite close to his limit. With that second attempt, has chosen to go up 5 kilos instead of looking to match his personal best of 125. That's a
It's an
great
absolute
fight.
battle. He manages to extend his arms, and his 3 white lights right on the limit there for Thomas.
Yeah, and a new personal best, and I'm glad the coach knows him better than we do, because I don't think either of us would have said 5 kilos on top of that second.
150. Bar is loaded.
Hu Yu Sung, 150 kilos now, 10 kilo jump. Already has bench press silver secured. Won't change his position, but adds more to the total. Very solid third attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift for Yu Sung Hu.
Successful 10-kilo jumps. 157 twice. 21 for Domas. 50 distance for Lithuania. Battle in zone 4. Bench silver in freeze. Bar is loaded.
Tomas Vukovičius from Lithuania taking a 7.5 kilo jump, hoping to move into bench press silver, although heavier than Medina, so similar to the second attempts. Won't keep the weight if they are both successful. However, Domas's second arguably was a little bit easier than Juan's. Loses the line a little bit, but manages to finish it off. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights, and moves into that silver position on bench. Also edges closer on total to Medina, perhaps fighting for that silver overall.
Now for Vukovičius, it seemed like the right call. Medina seemed to be pretty close to the limit on the 150. But he's also taking the 157.5.
Juan Carlos Medina now to retake that silver. Yeah, and as expected, the 150 was already pretty tough, and I think they put that on to try and match Team Lithuania, but it was just too much. And now they are only 2.5 kilos separated on prognosis heading into deadlifts. Medina just slightly ahead and lighter. Our penultimate final attempt before we head through to the second flight. Jackson Bice from the United States, 175 on the bar for a 10-kilo personal best. Had a little trouble in his opener, keeping his glutes down. Corrected it for a second, now jumping 10 kilos.
That is a 2-to-1 good lift, a blue light from the right side referee. The replay will show what that could be for. Oh, there seemed to be a slight dip, and the jury has overruled it. That blue light.
Yeah, unfortunately not, but he's still in a pretty hefty lead in the 74s.
He's still reasonably comfortable. I don't think.
Not unless a couple more misses come through, but for now, Carter Lewis from the United States, 202.5 kilos for his third and final attempt for a new personal best.
That is a 2-to-1 good lift to wrap up the sub-junior session, and we'll be moving straight into the juniors.
As you can see here, Bice walking away with the bench press gold in the 74s, followed by Hu and Dumani Zampati. And in the 83s, Lewis walking away with gold, followed by Vukovičius from Lithuania and Medina from the Philippines. We head now straight into the juniors for the 74 kilo and 83 kilo junior men to see their bench press and how that progresses the competition.
And we'll be starting off with Jan Belohubek of Czechia, 100 kilos on the bar. And once again, a huge spread of openers from 100 all the way to 250 kilos for the one and only Lars Inge Monsen. But Lilo Lawson also not too shabby with 220 kilos for his opening attempt. And those are the two competitors who are the clear favorites to take the win in their categories. As Jan Belohubek is already on the platform.
Very easy looking opener there. And opening raw, we'll see if he changes into a shirt for his second attempt or not.
Oh, with these longer flights, he does have the time to do so. About 12 minutes or so should be enough to get into a shirt if it's not super tight and you have the practice. We'll see Khas Batbayar of Mongolia next with 110 kilos for his opening attempt.
Very nice controlled bar. Good lift, 3 white lights.
Eric Arnborg, get ready. Bars loaded.
Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez of Costa Rica, opening at 125 kilos. It would seem like he's doing the entire competition raw, except if he perhaps brings out a suit for the deadlifts.
Yeah, it seems the least likely to choose to do equipped is the deadlifts out of all 3.
Three white lights and a good lift for Andres. Well, from a certain perspective, it does help you the least on deadlifts, but it's also the easiest to learn. So if you're perhaps just starting equipped, you could do only the deadlift suit to get a feel for it, if you have not learned how to use the bench shirt and the squat suit quite perfectly yet. Eric Arbor, opening at 140 kilos. 3 white lights and a fairly comfortable opening bench press attempt. If he keeps up with the podium contenders in the bench, he might be able to make up some ground in the deadlift. If there are misses, he seems to be one of the stronger deadlifters in the group.
Bars loaded.
Yevgeny Matieshin, 155 kilos on the bar for him. Three white lights and a good lift for Matieshin, opening right at his personal best bench press.
Bars loaded.
And following him, another competitor with an outside shot at the podium if it goes really well for him and somewhat wrong for the other competitors. Pedro Oliveira of Iceland, 160 kilos.
Yeah, opening 30 kilos above his bench press PB.
Well, it's a very hard opening attempt. It's a 2-to-1 good lift with a blue light from the left side.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. So he's hoping that remains as a good lift because he's not going to want to really waste any more energy retaking it.
Well, I'm not sure how much more he has in him. Maybe with a better technical execution he might. But at the same weight, we already have Diego Obando on the platform. Three white lights, a great first bench press attempt.
167.5 for Alonso Gutierrez. Standing duelo, get ready.
Very solid opening attempt so far. A couple looking a little difficult.
Oliveira looking difficult. He took a 5-kilo jump. We'll see how it goes, if maybe the technique cleans up.
Yeah, I mean, it did say on paper that it was a 30-kilo personal best with that opener.
Another competitor opening above his personal best, Alonso Gutierrez. Unfortunately unable to register a squat, just opened too ambitiously. Let's hope the bench press goes better for him. If the first attempt goes smoothly, he's definitely in contention for a bench press medal, which he can fight for despite failing to register a squat. And that is going to be another miss for Gutierrez.
172
Yeah, that is really tough. What would you do here? There's not much you can really say or advise.
I mean, the strength here, the strength seems to be there. I think he just lost control of the bar, but he's probably not in the best mindset after 3, now 4 misses either. So let's hope he can recuperate and continue on, because he's definitely in with a shot at least a bench press medal. But it's gonna have to go better for him. Stalin Coelho next at 170 kilos, chasing down Matiashin relentlessly.
Yeah, if all goes well for Lilo, then they'll be chasing each other. And that was a lovely opener from Coelho.
Beautifully done, 3 white lights.
Separate for Yusei Goto. Bar is loaded. Next out is Lawson Lilo.
170 kilos stays on the bar for Yusei Goto of Japan. I believe he lowered his opening attempt slightly, perhaps just playing it safe, giving himself more room to improve upon. But he's gonna need to gain some ground on the bench press if he wants to fight it out with Obando and not be vulnerable to Oliveira in the deadlifts. He is a huge bencher though, 200 kilos personal best, so 170 should be a walk in the park. I say should be, it absolutely pops up. I think we're gonna see some fairly large jumps there, and he's gonna be regaining ground rapidly. Now for the outliers, we're taking a 50 kilo jump to our next attempt. 220 kilos on the bar for Lilo Lawson. If he gets it, he is the clear favorite to win in the 74s.
It's pretty tough.
Has he even touched his chest there?
Oh, yeah, I think he did touch his chest. But, and I hope so, because I've got to say, I'm not sure how much he has left in the tank after that.
On the replay, it looks like he did, and it's a 2-to-1 good lift. But from my angle, it really didn't seem like it. Maybe it was a very, very soft touch at an angle I couldn't see. He gets the lift, but it was hard.
Next out is Sakaya Mongolia. Bar is loaded.
And another 30 kilos added to the bar, 250 on it for Lars Engo Monsen.
Like we said, if he gets his opening bench and deadlift in, he has already secured by far the win.
Well, I would say it's not the easiest, but it was reasonably fast.
Yeah, it was a little bit choppy, but like we said, I'm sure he wants to go 9 for 9 on his last international as a junior, or unless he's doing Euros, but you know, he could, worst case scenario, just get his deadlift attempt in now and still be in a great position.
Absolutely, but I think he will be chasing that 900 kilo total. He's getting really close. And with a personal best of 890, it would be a very nice cherry on top to a fairly dominant junior career.
For the benches over 200, las cargadores por los pechos, por favor.
And that is everybody except Gutierrez with a bench on the board. And obviously he didn't get a squat in either. So currently 0 for 4, which is not a great place to be.
Absolutely not, but we're hoping he can turn it around in this second round of bench press attempts, which is started by Kas Batbayar of Mongolia, going for 120 kilos for a small personal best. And that is 3 white lights. A great showing so far from the Mongolian in the bench press. Looks like there's some room to improve there.
Get ready.
Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez now 130 kilos.
Looking to match his personal best here in his second attempt. Still hasn't put a shirt on, so it looks like he probably will do the competition roar. I can't imagine him putting a deadlift suit on after this.
That is 3 white lights, and so far so good. Now that you say it, I'm tempted to go and give him my deadlift suit for his last attempt, just to prove you wrong. Now for a man that I think has put on a bench shirt for his second attempt, as it's a 30 kilo jump for Jan Belohubek of Czechia.
Yeah, and there it is. He has the bench shirt on now, and a lot of equipped lifters do opt for that classic opener just to get one in on the board because of how rocky equipped bench can be.
Well, it's quite a struggle. The bar goes up, but there are the yellow lights. Even from my perspective, I could see the hips lifting off the bench, so unfortunately the light shone where it shouldn't shine.
Yeah, still has a third attempt to fix that. I'm sure he'd want to. Lucky he got that classic lift in, but I'm sure he wants to add those 30 extra kilos.
Absolutely. Eric Arber next, 147.5. Fairly reasonable jump here.
Very tough towards that lockout as the power of the bench shirt starts to wear off.
It's 3 white lights. We'll see how much further he can push it for a third attempt there. Certainly seem to be fairly close to the limit.
Ukraine. Get ready.
162.5 for Yevgeny Matieshin. 7.5 kilo jump, 7.5 kilo personal best for him, and he would definitely like to keep an advantage over Coelho going into deadlifts, just to be that little bit more comfortable. It's very slow towards the lockout, but he gets the 3 white lights.
Yeah, and puts him in a good position heading into the third. Of course, with Coelho on his back for that silver medal overall.
Pedro Oliveira, 165 kilos. His opening attempt was not the easiest. According to our numbers here from Goodlift nominations, already a 30 kilo personal best, although I think he might have done more in the meantime. Unfortunately, time's out. Unfortunately, time's out.
And that really puts him in a bad place. He's speaking to his coach about something that would have gone wrong, and he can't post a total anyway, but you really, if he continues to compete, obviously wants to get as many attempts in as possible.
Now 167.5 on the bar for Alonso Gutierrez.
Bars loaded.
He would like to get at least 1 attempt in on the bench press. And if this one moves okay, maybe he can push for a bench medal. But the squat opener was too ambitious, and the bench press also seemed quite heavy on the first attempt, obviously unsuccessful. Retaking it here. Oh, and this time it flies up.
Oh, but unfortunately, glutes still off the bench. We'll have a look at that in the replay from the side angle, and that is really, really tough.
That is horrible. He just cannot catch a break.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And we have some discussion going on between the referees, the coaches. Not quite sure what's going on. I believe Oliveira was granted a reattempt. Perhaps there was a timing error and that's why he timed out.
He of course got another shot at it. He just failed in a technical error.
$170 kilos now for Diego Obando. He's in a close fight for the silver medal position in the 83s. Reasonable second attempt.
Yeah, and we've seen some tough second attempts so far, so it's nice to see one that looks like a second attempt.
Stalin Coelho next, 177.5. Another man chasing down a silver medal position. Try and take it away from the Ukrainian.
Yeah, both in bench and overall.
snappy lockout, 3 white lights, and he's a man on a mission.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got his eyes on the prize, and he's not stopping until he gets there.
Yusei Goto 185. As we said, we were expecting a big jump from him. He lowered his opener just to be safe. And this is now a 15-kilo jump. He needs to gain as much ground as he can in the bench press.
And if he gets this, he secures the silver on bench with his second attempt. Still relatively easy for him as well after a 15-kilo jump.
I think there's another 5 to 10 surely there. And that would bring him quite a lot closer.
Please we need spotters for benches over 235. Necesitamos cargadores para la banca. We need 2 more spotters for bench press, please. 2 more spotters. Necesitamos dos
They're just requesting some more spots there as the weight is above the limit to which they need those spotters. So getting 2 spotters either side. It's a lot of weight on the bar.
That's a lot of weight on the bar. I can tell you from experience, spotting the bench from 4 different positions is a bit awkward, but it's better to have 4 spotters than just 2. And the weight is certainly monstrous, 335 kilos for Lilo Lawson. The 220 did not look very easy. 15-kilo jump, the 9.5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Perhaps there's a technical change that he knows he can make, but like you said, a big jump, even if it was an easy opener. Just struggling there, but manages.
Very hard.
That left elbow just didn't seem like it wanted to go.
And it's a rainbow. It's a yellow from the left side, blue from the right side, white from the center, so the jury will take a look at it.
Yeah, I thought the glutes were coming up. I could see the hips shaking quite a lot, and it looks like they did.
Oh, he has a chance to reattempt it.
It was tough, though. I'm not sure whether he will have the energy or not to do so, but if he does, he just wants to keep those glutes down.
257.5 kilos now for Lars Engo Monsen, completely in a league of his own today. Oh, and jury has overruled the previous attempt.
Oh, well, there we go. Good.
235 is a good lift, and Lilo is now 10 kilos off the junior world record. I'm not sure the 10 kilos are there, but they might load them just to see. Now for Engo Monsen, 257.5. Oh. I almost missed the lift.
Yeah, it is very, very strong. 3 white lights, a good lift. Not a huge jump from 250. So quite a small percentage of the weight, but still it's a tremendous amount to lift over and over again.
Absolutely. The jump was not that big. The first one was not that fast. The second one almost seemed to speed up, so we'll see how far he pushes it on the third. As we have the reattempt for Pedro Oliveira, 165 kilos on the bar. Trying to get back in the game, prey upon any sort of mistake by Goto and Obando. it's quite a battle. I'm afraid there's going to be blue lights here, and
Yeah, and there they are, and it's tough, but you can see here, bar doesn't move in a smooth movement. There it dips. Just the once, I think, but once is enough.
So heading into our final round, we have Lilo in a commanding lead in the 74s, Engel Monson obviously in the 83s. But some battles cooking up for the deadlifts. If all of the third attempts go through, are successful, we're gonna have some very close battles in both categories for second and third, just 2.5 kilos on prognosis between each of those competitors. But there is Kas Batbayar, 130 kilos for the Mongolian. And he goes 3 for 3. It's 3 white lights and a good lift for him. Really great on the bench press.
Retake 130. And this is 30 kilos off the floor. And this we now gonna get ready. Arms loaded.
Jan Bilohubek of Czechia will be re-attempting 130 kilos. Did not miss it by much on the previous attempt. So if he can do it slightly better this time, might go through.
For the command, just as the clock ran down from 10. His foot slipped, but it didn't lift, but wow, a long lockout.
He did power through that, but there was blue, there was yellow. The hips were definitely shifting. We will see a whole slew of things that were right on the borderline of a technical error, or it would seem in certain cases over the line. Unfortunately, a no lift. 132.5 for Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez, trying to jump to 5th place in the bench press ahead of the Mongolian. It's how you would expect a third attempt in raw bench press to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's doing very well considering that he's the only raw lifter in the flight.
Arms loaded.
150 kilos on the bar for Eric Arbor. This will be a small personal best for him. Really nicely selected third attempt. I think that was just about on the limit.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well executed from the team and from the lifter there.
165 from Devin Matieshi, Ukraine. Next out available India, Iceland. Arms loaded.
Giving 165 on the bar for Yevgeny Matiashin. Opting to take the smallest possible jump. I think that's reasonable after the second attempt. This will just give him the slightest edge after the first round of deadlifts over Coelho.
head shaking a lot that time round as well. I'm not sure if it did lift off the bench though. Nope, he's okay. 3 white lights.
Yeah, I think that centimeter of hair on the back of his head saved him here.
Yeah, he certainly won't want to get a buzz cut. But it's a well-executed final attempt. 3 white lights.
Maybe a mullet would give him a couple extra kilos. Some party in the back. 172.5 on the bar for Pedro Oliveira. Would seem like an odd choice after the second attempt, which was a clear miss, but seems confident.
Yeah, perhaps if he can fix the infractions that he picked up on his second. See how this goes for him.
This is for a bench press bronze medal if Obando misses his third. So maybe just a bit of a Hail Mary.
It's scrappy, but he's still trying to lock that right arm out. And the center referee calls it.
Well, it was not as far off as it looked like it would have been after the 165 miss, but unfortunately a no lift. So Diego Obando will have the bench press bronze secured, but he's gonna want to add these 5 kilos very much as Goto is chasing right after him. 175 for Diego Obando of Ecuador. Very fast. 3 white lights, and that is a great third attempt. Now we have a lifter with really nothing to lose here, going for a bench press medal.
Yeah, nothing to lose. So, you know, the bench press medal, I can see the appeal, but still, you know, after missing 167.5 twice, jumping 12.5 kilos, still seems a bit extreme. It'd be a 20 kilo personal best, and, you know, if he's to go 0 for 6, then, you know, mentally that's quite a hard hill to climb.
I mean, to be honest, is it that much of a difference to go 1 for 6 than 0 for 6? He's already out. He might as well try to get something. I understand the mentality.
Absolutely. At this point, nothing to lose, everything to gain. And I am rooting for him, but the weight looks like it's dropping already. I hope that's not the case.
Well,
Oh, a twisted turn of fate. We'll see if the glutes stay down. And look at
it's
that.
a 2-to-1. Wow.
We'll see if the bar dips at all. We'll watch that, as the jury will as well. But, well, the risk was certainly worth it. Nothing to lose. And the bar doesn't look like it dipped either.
Yeah.
And that is a bench medal. 1 for 6 and bench bronze.
Oh, the only lift he made, he got a medal, so...
That's a 100% success rate, if you ask me.
Exactly. Talk about doing the bare minimum required. 185 on the bar for Stalin Coelho. He's in a very, very close battle with Matiashin. So these 7.5 kilos added to his subtotal will go a long way if he can get it. And it goes up. 3 white lights and absolutely no problem there. 3 attempts to go. We have Yusei Goto of Japan jumping another 10 kilos to 195. As I said, after the second one, a 10 kilo jump would seem completely reasonable judging from how that moved. It's still below his personal best, but it will put him right up there with Obando.
Yeah, and their deadlifts are incredibly close. Their deadlift openers are separated only by 5 kilos, and if he gets this, they're separated in total on prognosis only by 2.5 kilos, so really does make a difference, and actually puts him ahead on subtotal.
And that seemed like exactly the right call. It's 3 white lights, quite hard, but you'd expect the third attempt to be hard. And we're in for an absolute treat of a fight in the deadlift session. But 2 attempts to get through on the way there. And first of those will be a world junior record attempt by Lilo Lawson. We said it couldn't be done. The 220 was already slow. 235 somehow went up. And he's going up another 10.5 kilos to try his luck at the record.
Well, listen, we thought that 15 kilos was ambitious off the opener. This is a smaller jump, and so based off our reaction to the opener and how well he did in the second, I'm going to hold my tongue and hope that we see a new junior record.
Absolutely, you cannot count him out here. And this is a world junior record attempt. It's going up.
Wow.
This is unbelievable.
Oh, just struggling with that lockout, and I was going to say it looked heavy on the way down. Did a really good job to push it off the chest with the power of his bench shirt, but yeah.
It wasn't there today.
But with the kind of lead he has, why not?
Absolutely worth trying, and he has plenty of years left in the junior categories, so I'm sure that record will be his at a certain point in time. Our final bench press of the day, Lars Ingo Monsen, was way ahead of the competition for the entire comp so far. 262.5 for another 5 kilo personal best here.
Wow, it's such a good bench press.
Absolutely lovely to see. It's 3 white lights, and in style, Lars Ingo Monsen takes the bench press gold in the 83s, with Goto in silver and Gutierrez with his so successful lift in third. In the 74s, Lilo in a dominant fashion in gold medal position, with Coelho with 185 in silver and Matieshin in bronze. It is looking close, it is looking tight. Join us back in 9.5 minutes time for the deadlift showdown. We'll see you then.
And welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Classic and Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. We rejoin you for the deadlifts of the Sub-Junior and Junior 74 and 83 kilo men. You can see the starting order as it stands now, and we've had some changes in openers, most notably Yusung Hu, I believe, has upped his opener and now is only 5 kilos behind Bice of the United States. So a battle there for the 74 kilo title. It's going to be interesting.
Well, going in the previous sessions, it looked like Bice was the clear favorite, but then we looked at Hu's personal best deadlift, and it suddenly became clear that the battle was going to be fairly tight.
Diego Dumani Zampati from Costa Rica, 190 on the bar.
Three white lights, a good lift.
Romacu Enrique Marque Nino from Colombia, 200 kilos for his opening attempt. Well, just as he set up there, his belt came undone. Has to restart his setup here. Picks it up a little bit wonky to one side, but did very well considering he reset up quite quickly. 3 white lights, a good lift. Sometimes that can happen if you don't brace properly into your belt and maybe it's a smidge too big. Sometimes lifters do fall between belt loops. Rex Thomas from Great Britain, opening on 210 kilos, 15 kilos below his personal best.
And a fairly fast opener for Thomas there. He seems to be very satisfied with it.
And with all of these 8 lifters who have got a squat and a bench in on the board with a successful deadlift, they've secured their total. And really is the first time they can sigh and relax a little bit knowing they've secured that total. Domas Vilkavičius from Lithuania, 240 kilos on the bar.
That is 3 white lights and a good lift for Vilkavičius. He secures a total, but he will be chased down by Medina all the way to the end.
Juan Carlos Medina coming out now, 240 kilos, opening 5 kilos below his personal best. And as you said, chasing down for that silver. The gold is well secured as long as Lewis can get his opening attempt in.
And that is 3 white lights, a good lift.
242.5 for Jackson Price, USA. He's going to get ready. Bars loaded.
3 opening attempts remaining, and the first of which Jackson buys from the United States. Now in a neck-and-neck fight with Hugh. 242.5 kilos in the bar, maybe feeling the pressure a little bit more now. Lost a few kilos on bench, where Hugh was able to make up some ground as well. Did he drop that too early? I think one of the referees thought so. 2-1, a good lift. Let's have a look at that again. I know the jury are talking about it already. Watch when he puts the bar down. You have to bring the bar and meet it at the ground. You cannot let it go early. Tell me if you think this is too early, Razi.
I think he held on just long enough, but at the end his grip did open up, which sometimes happens with the so-called fingertip grip when the bar is lower in your hands. I think he should get away with it, but it would be better for him to hold on just to be safe.
I would agree. It seems like some of the jury's not happy with it, but it has to be unanimous in a 3-man jury. Now his biggest competitor, Yoosung Hugh, Chinese Taipei, 270 kilos. And that is a worrisome sight for Team USA. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Last over 295 for Connor Lewis. Next up one.
Absolutely flies up, and he has been hiding his deadlift power all along. Playing mind games with us commentators, it would seem.
Keeping us on the edge of our seats.
Bars loaded.
Carter Lewis from the United States, 295 kilos, our heaviest opening attempt, and with this would secure his win. He is well in the lead of the competition. A bit of a wobbly opener though, I have to say.
A bit of struggle towards the top and a blue light for that. We'll see again on the slowed replay if the bar had moved downwards. I have seen lifts like this get overturned or get blue lighted.
The jury seem happy with it, I think, so it looks like the bar was just settling instead of dropping down.
He just about gets away with it. Any more of that and there is going to be blue lights. So
Absolutely. And
I hope he's careful about that.
with that, every single lifter in this flight secures a total and can now continue to push into the second and third round. And I'll tell you what, that chip that Bryce got on squats may come in very, very useful, especially as Hugh is just behind him.
Well, you'd say it would come in useful, but Yu is well in range of the world deadlift record for his third attempt, so he'll also be able to get a chip here.
That's very true. Bryce is the lighter of the two. Diego Dumanis and Patty now from Costa Rica, 202.5 on the bar, a 12.5 kilo jump.
Three white lights, and that is how you stay with the bar towards the end. A great second attempt there.
Now have DeMarco Enrique Mark, 215 kilos, a 15 kilo jump. Pulls him into deadlift bronze for the time being.
significantly heavier this time, but a couple kilos could be left in the tank, and he's pulling way ahead of Zampati here. I don't think he'll be in reach, which means this has pretty much secured him the bronze medal in the 74s.
We now have Rex Thomas from Great Britain taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 222.5, just shy of his personal best with 225.
That is 3 white lights and a good lift for Thomas.
Tomas Vilkevičius from Lithuania taking a 10 kilo jump to 250 kilos, letting him deadlift silver for the time being. At a slightly heavier body weight than Medina, really has been the continuing theme the entire competition. They've really matched each other very, very well on a lot of the lifts, separated only by body weight in some cases. Squats, exactly the same weight. Bench, almost exactly the same weight. And they seem to be matching each other again here on the deadlifts.
There's definitely going to be some major games going into third deadlifts here between Team Philippines and Team Lithuania, and I'm all here for it. But unfortunately, that is going to be a no lift for Vilkevičius.
And although he is currently ahead of Medina, Medina has the chance now to pull ahead of him, and if that is the case, it might be a little too tricky for Team Lithuania to catch up. They would have to put weight on top of what he just pulled and some, as he's the heavier of the two lifters. But bronze is secured, so maybe a risk they're looking to take. Juan Carlos Medina now, 250 kilos, flying to the platform. And that is very, very comfortable. 3 white lights, a good lift, and I think really he can put what he wants on the bar to secure that silver ahead of Vilkevičius.
Yeah, with the higher lot number and with the bigger deadlift going into round 3, Vilkevičius will be throwing in the gauntlet, and Medina will be able to answer with whatever he needs. So
yeah, with the advantage as well as all of those other things as the lighter body weight. So it'll be interesting to see. And of course, Vilkevičius missing that 250 means he cannot pull afterwards unless he puts a blind bigger attempt in. Jackson Bice now, 255 kilos, looking to build a good enough second attempt that hopefully he can put on the bar what they think they need to pull ahead of who?
that is 3 white lights. A reasonable second attempt. We'll see how whose second moves, and depending on that, it might be over or it might be very much on.
Yeah, and like you said, the current world sub-junior record in the 74s is 300. His second attempt is 290 kilos, which we're about to see, and he then has the advantage of the chip, and that will be very helpful because he's heavier than Bice. So the chip that Bice has become somewhat obsolete if this 290 moves well. So 290 kilos for Yu Sung Hu of Chinese Taipei. Pulls him back into gold overall, of course. Deadlift gold already secured. And
Well,
it looks about the same as its opener.
It was slightly shaky towards the top, so we might see him miss it on the lockout, if anywhere. But it looked strong enough to push all the way to the end.
Yeah. As it stands, Bice has jumped 5 kilos, which means Hu would need to jump 5 kilos as well in order to beat him. So you might not even need that record, but we'll see when we get there as we head into an actual record. Enough about speculation, more to reality. We have Carter Lewis from the United States making a huge jump here, opening on 295 kilos, jumping to 326 kilos. That is a 31 kilo jump. And this is to go for the record. The record currently at 320, so he doesn't really need to do it such a big jump. He could have gone for 320.5, but perhaps he's also going for the total record with this pull as well. So that's why they've gone for that number. So for a new World Subjunior deadlift and total record. No, and the jump was just too much. And it begs the question, what if he made a smaller jump and then reached for that? Because now he has to, at the very least, go for that again.
Well, I'm sure he'll give it another good go. Another smaller jump could help him mentally and could help him energy-wise going into third. But technically, he was more rested for this one than he would have been with any sort of attempt going into third. So.
And we do head into third now to see the conclusion of the 74 kilo who walks away world champion. We know world champion in the 83s is Lewis, but will he get that record up this time round? Stick around to find out. First out for his final attempt, 207.5 for Diego Dumani Zampati from Costa Rica.
It's quite a fight. He finishes. And that is 3 white lights, a good lift. And 3 for 3 for Dumani.
Rex Thomas from Great Britain now, 227.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump, looking for a personal best on deadlift as well as on his total.
For Rex Thomas.
That is a lovely finish for Rex there. And a good lift, 3 white lights. personal best on total and on deadlift, and he is over the moon.
Colombia, 230 kilos. 3 more attempts to change the openers of the juniors. And next up will be Thomas Vinicius, Lithuania.
Damaku Enrique Marqueño from Colombia taking another 15 kilo jump to 230 for his third and final attempt. Already has bronze secured both in deadlift and overall. This is for a total and deadlift personal best, but just can't break the ground, unfortunately.
Just too heavy. The second one was slowing down. It seems that he just hit the point of no movement, I would say.
Yeah, it just was a bit of a over-ambitious jump to go 15 extra kilos. You know, utilize everything in between from 2.5 to 15. There are plenty of jumps you could take. Domas Vukevičius from Lithuania attempted that 250 on his second, and it looks like he's not pushing Medina in terms of matching his third. But of course, if he gets this and Medina misses, he will end up in silver. So this, for the time being, pushes ahead of Medina in rankings, but really struggled with it on his second. So we'll see if for the silver medal potentially he can finish it this time. Wow.
This time it looks a lot better. It's 3 white lights and he's in provisional silver, with Medina next up to answer.
Yeah, and it looks about as you'd expect a second to move, which is, I think, what he would have wanted on that second attempt, but he seems happy with it, and he should be. That matches Medina's total that he is trying to get now, but of course Medina at a lighter body weight only needs this to pull ahead. So Juan Carlos Medina from Philippines, 257.5. This is to match the Lithuanian lifter's total, but at a lighter body weight, and the 250 really was very sweet.
Silver medal on the line.
This is definitely within reach for Medina. He just needs perfect execution and he walks home the vice champion. It's sticky towards the top, he locks it out. And there is 3 white lights and Medina is your vice champion. Just edging out Vilkevicius on bodyweight alone. And that is one of the battles resolved. Another awaits us.
This is to try and surpass Young Sun Hu in the 74s to retake gold medal for the time being.
Now an important lift for Jackson Bice from the United States, 260 kilos, jumped 5 to pull him ahead of Hu for the time being, with Hu having the advantage to deadlift second. If he misses this, Hu is the world champion. 260 on the bar for a 713 kilo total. And it is tough, but he tries to hold on to it. The shoulder's just not going back.
And that is a no lift for Bice, which means Hu will be your world champion, and he'll get a chance to add a cherry on top of that.
Yeah, and he, like you said, he's got the opportunity now, should he want to take it, to go for that world record deadlift of 300.5, and it seems like they're discussing whether to go for it, but it's getting loaded. So once it's loaded and the bar is cooled, they cannot reduce the weight. And
Well, at this point, I see no sense in not doing it.
no, and the bar has been loaded, so it seems like it's something he is going for. The next two attempts we will see are both World Sub-Junior records in respective weight classes. First up, we have Yu Sung Hu from the Chinese Taipei. 300.5 kilos. He's deadlifted 300 before. Already your Sub-Junior world champion, to top it off here with a world record last lift of the day, giving him a 720.5 total.
Chinese Taipei, 300.5.
And it is strong and the least wobbly of all the three. 3 white lights, a good lift and a new world Sub-Junior record for the new Sub-Junior world champion.
What a way to win the title for Hu.
And in the end, it wasn't even close. A good 12 kilos separates the Chinese Taipei lifter from the American lifter. And don't go anywhere, as we have one final deadlift in the Sub-Juniors, and it is again a world Sub-Junior record. We saw Carter Lewis attempt this on his second and just unfortunately couldn't get it. The jump was monumental, a 31 kilo jump. This is for a deadlift record and a total record. It would be great to see him get it up this time. Carter Lewis, deadlift and total record here for his last pull. Already your Sub-Junior world champion in the 83 kilo class. And it just is too heavy, unfortunately. Still walks away the world champion.
And what a session it has been. 3 record attempts, 1 successful, 2 new world champions.
The 2 successful. We had a squat record as well, so actually 4 record attempts.
Oh, well, pardon me.
Easy mistake to make when you lose count of that many records. As you can see here, the results in the deadlift, but of course the overall champions, we have Yu Sung Hu from Chinese Taipei with that deadlift record, not forgetting Jackson Bice coming second with that new squat record, and in the 83s, Carter Lewis from the United States, your new Sub-Junior world champion. Don't go anywhere, we head straight into the junior 74 kilo and 83 kilo classes now to see the summary of who walks away world champion there.
And there you have them, ladies and gentlemen. Openers in the junior 74 and 83 kilo classes, ranging from 220 to 267.5. A somewhat tame spread, I would say. Certain lifters here seem to be playing it safe. Of course, the smart thing to do. We are going to have battles for the silver medal, both in the 74 and in the 83 kilo categories. And in both categories, we have outsiders in 4th positions on prognosis, who are definitely close enough to attack if something should go terribly wrong for either of the podium favorites. We'll be starting off with Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez, opening at 220 kilos.
Please give a round of applause for the spotters. They've been working all day long. Please for the spotters. Thank you very much. We move on now with Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez.
Now we head into the important lifts here, securing the total. Just a reminder that Gutierrez from Mexico cannot secure that total. And that is 3 white lights, a good lift.
Smooth start to the round as we move to Pedro Oliveira, 240 kilos on the bar for the Icelandic athlete. Below his deadlift personal best, but looking to secure a sizable personal best in the total, even with his deadlift opener.
Taking a while to mentally and physically prepare himself. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. And some lifters do just have a fairly long setup. Someone who comes to mind who's competed, I think, equipped as well as definitely raw is Bryce Krawczyk, who has a stressfully long setup. He normally ends up pulling the bar with about 11 seconds to go, and that's all set up. But it just works for some lifters. It's their routine, it's their ritual.
Oh, you have the whole minute. You are entitled to use the whole minute.
And unlike squat and bench, you know, you can't be told to re-rack. You just need that down command.
Lilo Lawson, United States of America, up next. 245 kilos on the bar. He was well ahead in the bench press, right up there in the squats. The deadlift lacking somewhat, but he has built up enough of an advantage that he will be nigh uncatchable if he gets this first attempt in. And it looks fairly easy. 3 white lights, and that is a good lift for Lilo.
Yeah,
who is way ahead.
Yeah, like you said, it's not something at this point that can really be caught. So, very nice. Will seem like conservative opener, but even at that, I believe it's 10 kilos below his best.
And next up for a man who will need every kilo he can get in the fight for the silver medal in the 74s. Stalin Coelho of Ecuador, opening at 245 kilos. Three white lights and a strong start. .245 on the bar for Alonso Gutierrez. Secured the bench press bronze medal with the 180.
Currently 1 for 6, like we said. 1 attempt in, 1 medal secured. Can't post a total, so can't get a medal overall, but success rate otherwise pretty good so far. And for talking about attempts to medal ratio.
And even his deadlift opener, not the easiest we've seen today. It's 3 white lights. We'll see how much further up he can push and maybe go for another glory run at a medal. Speaking of, 250 kilos on the bar for Has Batbayar. Not in the game for the podium spots, but very much in the game for the deadlift podium, if this moves well. Not the fastest, but reasonable, I'd say.
And there's a good lift, 3 white lights. Yeah, and you know, at this point, securing that total is the most important thing. They can worry about that second attempt when they get there. I think sometimes some extra nerves come through on that opening deadlift as a result of knowing what lies on it.
Diego Obando, another one of the athletes that has gotten himself into quite a scrap. It's going to be decided between him and Goto, who is going to be taking home the silver medal in the 83s.
Yeah, it seems like he's changed his opener and the gap seems a little further apart, so I think he lowered his deadlift opener actually. But it's super easy. It's 30 kilos below his best, so perhaps just wanted to secure it and make that jump and push Goto from there. He did, because I recall the deadlift openers being much closer or the same.
To be honest, Goto might have... No, he did not change it. Right. That is not important at this point in the competition. 255 kilos on the bar for Yusei Goto to stake his claim in the battle for the silver medal in the 83s.
The technique you see often with heavier lifters, they roll the bar towards them for momentum. Very wide stance. 3 white lights, a good lift.
And you say a technique you usually see with heavier lifters. He is on the shorter side, and in the 83 kilo category, he has the build of a heavier lifter, basically.
He is at about 90% quad.
Yeah. $255 on the bar for Jan Bilohubek of Czechia. After a somewhat rocky performance in the bench press, he is definitely in the game for the deadlift medals.
Very solid attempt there from Jan. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, with that kind of opener, he's definitely up there. 3 opening attempts remaining, and so far everyone who could secure a total has secured one, bar these last 3. Yevgeny Matyshin will be the first of those, 260 kilos for his opening attempt, bringing him up to 717.5, 2.5 kilos ahead of Coelho on current results if he gets it. And 3 white lights, he surely does.
265 for Maxim Monster from Norway.
Now for the man who has had the largest opener in the session in both the squat and the in the bench press, has the second largest opener in the deadlifts, but it's 35 kilos below his personal best, so it would seem to one that he's just playing it very safe.
Yeah, which is completely fair. You know, he's had a phenomenal showing. It's his last Worlds as a junior, and he's so far ahead of the rest of the competition. There's absolutely no harm in playing a little bit safe to secure that total.
Oh!
And maybe not as conservative as we thought. And I know he's been in trouble sometimes in the past. Let's have a look at that again in the replay.
I think
Definitely
it was
unexpected.
I think it was just the balance. He locked out super quick and then stumbled backwards, and to be honest, he was lucky his leg didn't get caught underneath the bar.
Yeah, of course, you know, just something he needs to control a little bit more. And that is the trouble sometimes with those overextended lockouts and a wide sumo stance.
Now for our final opener of the day, Eric Arbor, United States of America, opening at 267.5. Somewhat of an outsider for the podium. Seems fairly comfortable for his opening attempt. And it is quite a way below his personal best, so we might see him jump up there if there are any misses. It would be a stretch, but not quite impossible yet. So going into round 2, we have Lilo in a commanding lead with Coelho and Mateshin very close together in the 74s, and Goto in the lead of the 83s with Obando close second and Ingo Monson without a deadlift on the board. We'll be starting off with Andres Ricardo Masis Jimenez, 232.5, doing it raw as we've gotten used to from him.
And 3 white lights, a good lift.
255 kilos for Stalin Coelho. 10 kilo jump matched by Mateshin, also will be going for a 10 kilo jump, so things remaining close right up until the end, presuming they both get their final attempts in, or their second attempts in. And there he goes.
Strong looking second attempt for the Ecuadorian lifter. 3 white lights.
Pedro Oliveira of Iceland will be following up next, also at 255 kilos. Closing up on that 700 kilo total, but Obando and Goto are well ahead of him.
Has a personal best of 262.5. Like you said, an outside shot of a medal on the deadlifts here. Already has a bench press medal. Sorry, no, he does not. Does have that shot of the podium and an outside shot of a deadlift medal for sure.
That seems smoother than the first attempt, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a very smooth, very tidy attempt, and you know, I think he could get near to an equal jump for his third.
With an equal jump, he'd be right about the 270 mark, so with some luck, with some misses, he might be in the play.
Yeah, like we said, an outside shot, but a shot nonetheless.
And another man trying with an outside shot is this man, Alonso Gutierrez of Mexico. 260 kilos on the bar. Oh, and it's very slow.
Yeah, he is just glued in that position, and that is such a difficult position to try and get out of in the sumo. And that might be wraps for him.
Diego Obando up next, 260 kilos. Is trying to stay with Goto here, but Goto will be pulling ahead with his next deadlift if he's successful.
Lovely looking second attempt there for Obando.
Yeah, seemed comfortable enough. Just the slightest bit of work towards the lockout. There are kilos left there to fight.
But he'll be fighting, you know, to protect bronze. Or, well, I mean, bronze is pretty safe, but unless Goto makes a big miss here in his second, I think it'll be quite tough to catch him.
If Goto gets his second, it's more or less game over. If he does not, it's very much game on. 262 for Lilo Lawson, well ahead of the competition, but could reach for an 800 kilo total here, which would be a very nice personal best.
Yeah, current total at 770, a huge personal best.
That is 3 white lights, a solid second attempt there for Lawson.
Get ready.
262.5 staying on the bar for Kas Batbayar of Mongolia. This is for a deadlift medal. He is going to be in second place provisionally. Going into round 3 will be in third, I believe, if everyone after him is successful. So very much in the fight.
Three white lights, a good lift. Have a look at that again here.
Lars Ingo Monsen next. Surprisingly missing his opener. Will have 2 more chances.
Yeah, and it's a shame because obviously he had a huge lead, and he still does if he gets this. But I imagine he was pacing himself to get that total world record before he left the age group. Currently standing at 895. This would give him 865. So you can imagine he was pacing himself for that pretty well.
Well, if this goes up, I think he'll still have a shot at it. He really has nothing to lose here, so.
What a comeback that would be as well. Yeah, that is worlds. He shakes his head saying, why couldn't I do that last time? And I agree. I think he might as well load it, you know, a Hail Mary, or maybe even not for his last pull at Junior Worlds. He's been a junior for a long time, since, you know, he's been competing since he was a sub-junior, so well worth trying to finish on that high.
And yeah, he's loading it. It's 30 kilos up, and it's not even his personal best deadlift, so I think it's a totally reasonable jump for such an experienced competitor.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 kilos, still a big jump though for anybody, so we'll see how he handles it when we get there.
In the meantime, we have a battle in the 74s. Yevgeny Matyshin, 270 kilos on the bar to move from third to second in total and from fourth to first in the deadlift. Oh, and it's getting hard towards the lockout. I don't believe that was enough.
No, we'll have a see. Yeah, 2-1 and no lift. I think he was maybe half an inch off. It was really, really close.
Really close, but Koeo is gonna be happy about that. Gives him the chance to pull away. Matyshin will not be vulnerable in any sort of way unless Arbor's second deadlift moves ungodly fast.
Yeah, I mean, his second deadlift put him 20 kilos behind where Matyshin is now. This would move Jan into deadlift gold for the time being, with Goto to follow in the second round.
seems reasonable enough for a second attempt there. 270 kilos, 3 white lights for Belohubek. 2 lifts remaining in round 2 before we have our final decider. Yusei Goto, 272.5. If he gets this, he's well ahead of Obando in the silver medal position in the 83s. If he doesn't, he can be in a lot of trouble.
It looks about the same as his open in terms of technique. 3 white lights, a good lift.
And with that, he pretty much secures the silver medal position. It would have to be a very much Hail Mary pull for Obando to get ahead, and even if he got ahead, Goto is looking like he has a couple kilos left.
Yeah, well, Obando would have to hope that Goto failed and he would have to load and lift 272.5 in order to pull ahead. So a lot of variables would have to fall into place. Not saying it couldn't happen, just saying it's a difficult line of events.
And our final second attempt, Eric Arbor, 277.5. If this goes absolutely flying, Mateshin can be vulnerable in 3rd place, but it would really have to move with cosmic speed, and it's a reasonable second attempt. 3 white lights, it's a good lift, but I don't think he'll be mounting any sort of serious challenge towards the podium. Going into round 3. We're starting off with Andres Ricardo Macis Jimenez, 240 kilos to finish off the competition in style.
The winner's already decided. Let's see where the other positions fall. And some final big pulls of the day.
And that is 3 white lights to start off our 3rd round. Next up we'll have at 260 kilos, Stalin Coelho, opting for a conservative jump. This will give him 730, force Mateshin into upping his 3rd attempt to 275, or no, 272.5 if he wants to take the silver away. Of course, with Mateshin failing the 270 on his 2nd, this is the play they're making. And he just misses out. He's still ahead of Mateshin, and Mateshin will have to go for the 270.
Yeah, Coelho, as we mentioned during the squats, weighed in at 74 kilos on the dot, so Mateshin would just have to match him, but he missed 270 and he would have to go for, you have to get it this time round. Obviously can't drop because he's attempted the 270 already.
Now 260 kilos for Alonso Gutierrez, going twice. And he gives it a good tug, but it's not enough. He's gonna go 2 for 9, but one of those was a medal, so let's say a 50% success rate.
I mean, if you're going to go 2 for 9, getting a medal amongst that is probably the best case scenario.
Whatever happens, he'll stay in fourth position overall. The ball is loaded. People will get ready.
To be for a 2.5 kilo personal best for Pedro. And hit that 700 kilo total for the very first time.
Pedro Oliveira 265 for 700 kilo total, big milestone. Oh, and he just gets stuck right off the floor. He's looking at his hand, but it is a valiant effort.
Next out, Diego Obando from Ecuador, 267.
And next up, we'll have Diego Obando of Ecuador. He has given up on the silver medal. He will not be trying for a Hail Mary. Instead, trying to squeeze out a deadlift medal out of it.
Bars loaded.
267.5. He has the third place in the total secured. This will put him into deadlift bronze for the time being.
Of course, with Engo Monson to follow with that monster deadlift, and it's a big push, so there is an opportunity that Obando might end up with that deadlift bronze.
That is just not enough. No lift.
And I was wondering when he pulled off the floor if it dipped a little bit then, but I could have been wrong. Have a look here in the replay. Just there.
Yeah, it's sort of a false start.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was pulling the slack out. It looked like he was trying to pull, but in any case, just too heavy.
Too heavy either way. And now this is an important lift. Yevgeny Mateshin of Ukraine is re-attempting 270 kilos. This is for a deadlift silver medal provisionally, but more importantly, this is for the title of the vice champion in the 74s.
Yeah, already has that bronze overall secured. As you said, this is for the silver. Gold just too far to reach.
He locks it out, but I'm afraid there's going to be blue lights here. And it's a 2-1, no lift. We'll see on the replay how egregious the dip was.
Yeah, unfortunately that's pretty noticeable. That means he ends up in bronze overall with Coelho in the silver, and we've seen an attempt change come in as we speak. I'm keeping my eyes on the board.
272.5 for Kas Batbayar of Mongolia. This will guarantee him a deadlift medal. For the time being, it's going to be a silver one. Of course, with Lilo, who can take it away from him, push him off into the bronze. And it is a big effort from the Mongolian, but unfortunately just too heavy today. He is still in a medal position. He can be pushed off the podium if Lilo is successful on his next attempt.
First of the class, my name is Martin. Also wins a silver medal in the deadlift events.
Yeah, also going for that big 800 kilo total, like we said. He is probably pushing for.
The bar is going for the USA in Los Rio. 275, that's a 12.5 kilo jump. That would be a 12.5 kilo personal best in competition and the silver medal.
Lilo Lawson for a silver medal in the deadlift and an 800 kilo total. And it is going up, but unfortunately just not enough, which means Bayar will end up on the podium.
And still a phenomenal day. He ended up with a 62.5 kilo lead ahead of the second place.
Absolutely dominating performance. And we have 4 attempts remaining today. First of which will be Eric Arbor, 282.5. Already has the deadlift gold in the 74s. This is just for personal satisfaction to break that 700 kilo total barrier. It's a big effort and he's working hard for it, but
Yeah.
it just gets stuck right at the knees.
And the temptation there, as you saw, for him to do was start shifting his knees, try and bounce the bar up his legs. So even if he managed to lock it out at that point, unfortunately, it would have been a no lift. You can see here, bounce, bounce.
For deadlift gold. The first one being Jan of Czechia.
Now we'll have a bit of a scrap for the deadlift gold in the 83s. First contender for the medal will be Jan Belohubet of Czechia, 285 kilos on the bar.
Bar is loaded for Czechia and Jan Belohubet.
This should be reasonably within reach for him.
No, can't break the ground.
And unfortunately, he will be unsuccessful. So far, only one successful attempt in the final round of the deadlifts, but we have 2 competitors left who can maybe turn that around. And we have a sneak attack from Yusei Goto, 295 kilos for him, throwing the gauntlet to Engo Monson, saying you can go for the world record, but you will not get the deadlift gold if I get this.
Yeah, absolutely worth walking away with that deadlift gold if you can. He's already secured second place by a big margin. And this would give him a 762.5 kilo total. Huge improvement of his current total PB of 748 if he's to get this.
This is for deadlift gold. Yusei Goto, your vice champion. And it's going.
really extends that lockout position. And 2-1, good lift, gets a yellow from the far side referee, which
He gave it a really good go. Let's see on the replay.
and it is quite misleading because his quads are so big. It does look like his knees are bent, but it really is just the shape of his legs.
That is true. And from what it seems, he will be your deadlift gold medalist. But now we are going into the grand finale of this afternoon. Lars Ingo Monsen to finish off his junior career in style. He's going for a 295 kilo deadlift to break the world total junior record. 897.5 will be his total if he gets this.
Oh, and it's so easy. What a way to end his junior career.
And that is 3 white lights, a new world junior total record for Lars Ingo Monsen. And what a performance it was, ladies and gentlemen. A slight hiccup on the first deadlift.
Yeah, but what a sweet, sweet victory for him. And an incredible junior career he's had. And to end with a new total record, stamping his name in the history books and as world champion.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your results in the junior 74s and 83s. In the 74s, Lilo Lawson with a commanding lead over Coelho and Mateshin. In the 83s, a historic performance from Lars Ingo Monsen to break the world junior total record. A very much deserved second place for Yusei Goto and a third place for Diego Obando. Thank you for being with us today, and join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. local time for the last 3 sessions of the Equipped Championships.
Robert. Like I said, we will do movements and then overall placements in order. So starting off with the 74 kg sub-juniors. In the squat events, the bronze medalist with 190 is Wamaku Enrique Martino, Colombia. Silver medalist of the 74 kg sub-juniors from Chinese Taipei is Yu Sung Hu with 270. The gold medalist with a new world sub-junior record of 288 from the USA is Jackson Bice. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step down. Moving on to the bench press events. The bronze medal with 112.5 goes to Costa Rica, Diego Tumarin Sampa. Silver medalist with 150 from Chinese Taipei, Yu Sung Hu. And the gold medalist of the bench press events from the USA with 165, Jackson Bice. Thank you, gentlemen. In the deadlift event of the 74 kg sub-juniors, with 215, a bronze medalist from Colombia, Wamaku Enrique Martino. Silver medalist with 255 from the USA, Jackson Bice. With a new world sub-junior record of 300.5, the gold medalist from Chinese Taipei, Yu Sung Hu. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be moving on to the final placings for the 74 kg sub-juniors. Bronze medalist with 515 from Colombia, Wamaku Enrique Martino. Vice champion with 708 from the USA, Jackson Bice. And the 2025 champion of the 74 kg class for the sub-juniors with 720.5 from Chinese Taipei, Yu Sung Hu. Now everyone please rise for the anthem of Chinese Taipei. Congratulations to the 74 kilo sub-juniors. It was a great fight, great class to watch. We'll be moving on to the 83 kg sub-juniors, starting off with the squad events. Bronze medalist of the squad event with 255. From Lithuania, it is Tomas Vilkevičius. Silver medalist with the exact same weight but lighter on body weight from the Philippines, Carlos Medina. The gold medalist with a massive squat of 300 kilos from the USA, it is Connor Lewis. Thank you, gentlemen. You may sit down. Moving on to the bench press events. Bronze medalist with 150 from the Philippines, Carlos Medina. Yes, Carlos Medina. Silver medalist with 157.5 from Lithuania, Tomas Vilkevičius. And with 202.5, the gold medalist from the USA, Connor Lewis. Thank you. Moving on to the deadlift event. Bronze medalist 250 from Lithuania, Tomas Vilkevičius. The silver medalist with 257.5 from the Philippines, Carlos Medina. Golden is so close to a world record with 295 from the USA, Connor Lewis. Thank you. Now to the final placings for the 83 kg sub-juniors. Bronze medalist of the class with 662.5 from Lithuania, Tomas Vilkevičius. Vice champion with the same total as Tomas with body weight advantage from the Philippines, Carlos Medina. And the champion of the class has been stellar today with 797.5 from the USA. It is Connor Lewis. World champion of the Now everyone, please rise for the national anthem of the USA. 74s. In the sport event, bronze medalist with 285 from Ecuador, Stalin Cuello. Silver medalist of the squad event with 290 from the USA is Lawson Lilo. And the gold medal of the squad event goes to Ukraine and Yevgeny Matyeshin with 292.5. Thank you. In the bench press event, silver medalist with 165 from Ukraine, Yevgeny Matyeshin. With the best attempt of 185, the silver medalist of the bench press event from Ecuador, Stalin Cuello. Massive best attempt of 235 kilos from the USA gold medalist Lawson Lilo. Thank you. For the deadlift events, the bronze medalist with 262.5 from the USA, Lawson Lilo. The silver medalist has the same best attempt but is lighter on body weight from Mongolia, Kazbatbaya. Gold medalist for 277.5 from the USA, Eric Arward. Thank you. We'll be moving on to the final placings now. The bronze medalist of the class with a total of 17.5 from Ukraine, Yevgeny Matyeshin. Vice champion with 725 from Ecuador, Stalin Cuello. With a huge total of 787.5, the champion of the class from the USA, Lawson Lilo. World champion here in Costa Rica at the 74 kilo juniors equipped. And now once again, everyone please rise for the national anthem of the USA. one final weight class, the 83s. In the squad event, bronze medalist with 275 from Iceland, Pedro Olivia. Silver medalist with 290 from Ecuador, Diego Obando. Gold medalist of the squad event with a new personal best of 340 kilos from Norway, Lars Ingemansen. Thank you. Moving on to bench press events. Bronze medalist from Mexico with 180, Alonso Gutierrez. The silver medalist with 195 is from Japan, Yusei Goto. And with a best attempt of 262.5, the gold medal goes to Norway and Lars Ingemansen. Thank you. We'll be moving on now to the deadlift events. Bronze medalist with a best attempt of 270 kilos from Czechia, it is Jan Vilumbeck. Silver medalist of the deadlift event with 295 from Norway, Lars Ingemansen. Gold medalist of the deadlift event with the same best attempt of lighter on bodyweight from Japan, Yusei Goro. Thank you. Finally, the final placings for the particular juniors equipped. Bronze medalist of the class with 725 from Ecuador, Diego Obando. Vice champion silver medalist with 762.5 from Japan, Yusei Goto. And the world champion with a new world junior record of 897.5 from Norway, Lars Ingemansen. And now one last time, everyone please rise for the national anthem of Norway. Congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations to all of the athletes that competed in the 740 weight classes, the juniors and juniors. Behind the technical controller, you may now leave the platform. Once again, thank you to everyone that competed today. Thank you to the referees, thank you to starters and loaders, the media team, and we'll be back tomorrow at 8 in the morning for a day consisting of 3 flights and the ending of the equipped part of this World Championship. See you tomorrow.